In honor of, I would ask everybody who is able to rise for our land acknowledgement. And I'm going to do it in French today. Nous reconnaissons que nous sommes accueillis sur les terres des Mississauga, des Anishinaabe, de la Confédération Haudenosaunee et du Wendat. Nous voulons également reconnaître la pérennité et de la présence des Premières Nations, des Métis et des Inuits. And I'll also do it in English. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all Métis, First Nation, and Inuit people. Language. At this time, I would ask everyone to continue standing for the playing of O Canada. Thank you, and we can now be seated. It's wonderful to see so many people in the boardroom this evening. I think this is the fullest house we've had in a very long time. So thank you to everybody who's joining us this evening, both in person and online. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Trustee Arts, who's going to start us off by speaking about National Indigenous History Month. What did I miss? My goodness, sorry. I'm not yet. Trustee Arts, my apologies. That wasn't in the script. Okay. First, we're going to do approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee Nunziata and Trustee Rajwani. All in favor, we'll do show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that has carried. Now we will move on to celebrating board activities, and I will pass the microphone over to Trustee Arts.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It is my honor to bring remarks regarding National Indigenous Histories Month and National Indigenous Peoples Day. Throughout the month of June, the TDSB is proud to celebrate and learn from the rich cultures, histories, experiences, creations, perspectives, and achievements of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. On June 21st, we observed National Indigenous Peoples Day, a day dedicated to honoring and recognizing the contributions of Indigenous communities. It serves as a reminder of the importance of embracing diversity and promoting inclusion within our city and country. This opportunity is for us to engage with Indigenous artists, authors, and speakers, learning from their wisdom and sharing in their lived experiences. I invite you all to participate in the events and celebrations organized by the Urban Indigenous Education Center of the TDSB. Throughout June, the UIEC has curated a series of virtual workshops and panel discussions, providing opportunities for staff, students, and educators to connect with Indigenous knowledge keepers. by engaging with Dr. Elder Duke Redberg, Dr. Pamela Palmater, Angie Loft, David A. Robertson, Becky Hahn, and others, we can deepen our understanding and appreciation of Indigenous cultures. The UIEC is also thrilled to host a board-wide virtual celebration on June 17th. It is important to acknowledge that this day holds deep meaning for many Indigenous peoples in the land that we now call Canada. At the beginning of June, Trustee Sarah Earhart and I had the pleasure of attending the launch and the third edition of OKKOOK. This is a publication of student works of art and writing by the Urban Indigenous Education Centre. During the celebration, we were privileged to hear poetry from students across the TDSB. I would like to read excerpts from the editorial introductions by the curriculum leaders, by curriculum leader Lee Shepard and centrally assigned principal of Indigenous Education, Robert DeRoche. They wrote, "Congrats and mercy to all students that submitted their work, to the teachers that encouraged them through the planning and thoughtful and engaging learning opportunities. OKKOOK is a space where secondary students taking First Nations, Métis, and Inuit studies courses share their experiences, stories, hopes, and images. It provides an opportunity for non-Indigenous students to engage in the work of truth and reconciliation, and for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students to share beautiful stories and artworks of Indigenous joy, brilliance, and thrivance." I'll just hold up a copy so you can see the lovely logo on the front. The OKKOOK magazine provides a beautiful example of rich learning, artistic creation, and joy by Indigenous students and students across the board taking Indigenous-focused courses, like the grade 11 NBE3 First Voices English course that the board approved to be mandatory for all TDSB students going forward. You can purchase your own copy of these amazing works for the mere price of $10, and this will help to ensure that this wonderful project continues. I encourage you to learn more about the events organized by the Urban Indigenous Education Centre and to engage in this enriching journey of understanding. Please visit the UIEC webpage for more information and resources. Let us use this month as an opportunity to celebrate, learn, and embrace the cultural heritage of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Trustee Arts. In June, we also recognize Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month, Italian Heritage Month, and Pride. To start us off, I'd like to call upon Trustee Didavidis and Trustee Hassan to speak about Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month.
Good evening. Boa noite. Obrigado por nos dar honra a reconocer el mes de patrimonio de lengua portuguesa que celebramos durante el mes de junio. The Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month Planning Committee worked on educational activities to engage our students, staff, and TDSB community for further learning about the vibrant and energetic heritage of the Portuguese community. We are thrilled to be with you tonight and celebrate Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month. Estamos entusiasmados por estar aquí con você esta noite para reconocer e celebrar el mes de herencia de lengua portuguesa. The Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month has been a proud tradition of the TDSB since 2011. The month holds special significance as we come together to honor the many contributions of the Portuguese-speaking community to Toronto and Canada. As you know, this year's theme is Alegria, or joy, and it perfectly captures the spirit and enthusiasm that the Portuguese-speaking community brings to our city and school board. The impact of our Portuguese-speaking community can be felt across the arts, sports, music, culinary arts, and many more. Here at the TDSB, we're proud to have over 1,400 students who speak Portuguese as their mother tongue or primary language. This enriches our educational landscape and fosters an environment of inclusivity and understanding in our schools and communities. Did you know that on an international scale, there are approximately 250 million Portuguese-speaking individuals worldwide, making it the 5th most spoken language globally. As part of our festivities throughout the month, trustees, students, staff, and the wider TDSB community joined the Portuguese-speaking community at the annual Portuguese Parade, which took place this past Saturday, June 10th, in Little Portugal. Portugal Day started in this country in 1910 and has been celebrated ever since on June 10th. It was introduced by the Democratic Republican government that was in Portugal at the time. The idea of this special day was picked to coincide with the death of Luís de Camões, a poet in the 16th century who shaped much of the Portuguese language and literature. The vibrant community and colorful parade was a wonderful opportunity for the Portuguese-speaking community to come together, showcasing their heritage through traditional music, dance, and food. And with that, I'll pass it to my colleague.
All students across the TDSB were invited to participate in a literacy arts contest. We are excited to share that the winner is Emma, grade 5 student from Silverthorne Community School in York Southwestern. Students across the TDSB were also invited to participate in a poster contest. We are thrilled to showcase that the winning poster is Ram Saran, grade 6 student from John G. Diefenbaker Public School. I want to take a moment to thank the committee and our TDSB community for educating and entertaining our students and staff for Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month. Your work is very much appreciated. Thank you for joining us in celebrating Portuguese Speaking Heritage Month, and let us all take this opportunity to recognize and appreciate the vibrant contributions of the Portuguese speaking communities in our schools and wider communities. On Thursday, June 8th, an in-person launch event was held at Silverthorne Community School. The entire room was filled with traditional music and dance from Portuguese-speaking countries. The added remarks from Chair Rachel Chernos-Lynn and Executive Officer Ryan Bird and other guests resulted in an incredible celebration of alegria and joy. Please enjoy a short but memorable video of the launch event with us now. This video will also be posted to our TDSB website in the upcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. And I can honestly attest, as I was there, it really was full of joy. I will now ask Trustees Nunziata and Rajwani to speak about Italian Heritage Month.
Good evening, and thank you for providing me with the honor of recognizing Italian Heritage Month, which is marked during the month of June during TDSB. This year, one important initiative was jointly planned with the Jewish Heritage Committee. The initiative was to commemorate the 90th anniversary of the Christie Pitts riot, the largest race riot in Canadian history, and was made up of 3 major sections. Firstly, creating a program designed for students in grades 8 and 10 to learn about the riot through a reenactment, workshops, and a visit to a newly created TDSB Peace Garden at Christie Pitts Park. In total, approximately 60 schools will attend the production, largely grade 8 and 10 students from TDSB, but also from Toronto Catholic Peel and York boards by mid-June when the production ends. Secondly, creating resources for students who were unable to attend due to limited capacities. These resources were prepared for in-classroom teaching and discussion. Additional resources, including quotes from notable individuals from across the GTA that could be used in the classroom or as morning announcements to mark both Jewish and Italian Heritage Month during the months of May and June. And last but not least, we are excited that we had the opportunity to partner with the Toronto Maple Leafs baseball team. The team's home field is in Domenico Field in Christie Pitts Park. Furthermore, the person who founded the team, the late Jack Domenico, was of Italian heritage, and the field is his namesake. A baseball game was held on the afternoon of Sunday, June 4th, between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Hamilton Cardinals, with students, staff, and families, and several dignitaries attending to commemorate the 90th anniversary of the Christie Pitts riot. The selected theme of baseball building bridges was certainly brought to life. Please join me in watching a video that shows some highlights of the afternoon. Thank you.
It's my honor to welcome 2 very special people today who will throw out the ceremonial first pitches of the game. Both are descendants of people who participated in the riot 90 years ago.
Let's play ball!
The theme today is Baseball Builds Bridges, and that is exactly what we're doing with today's game. Baseball is a powerful contrast to the history of what took place at Christie Pitts 90 years ago. It's vital that all Torontonians, especially our children, know the history of the Christie Pitts riot and what happens when misinformation and hate are given a place to flourish.
It may come as a surprise to many that Christie Pitts was the site of a significant race riot 90 years ago on August 16th, 1933. This event, known as the Christie Pitts riot, was instigated by a group of youths inspired by Nazi ideology who unfurled a Nazi swastika flag during a local baseball game. Their intention was to deliberately provoke and antagonize the Jewish community in Toronto, many of whom were playing and also in the stands. In a powerful act of solidarity, Toronto's Italian community joined forces with the Jewish community to confront the Nazi-inspired white supremacists. Over the course of the 6-hour riot, the initial crowd of 100 swelled to an approximately 10,000 individual-sized crowd. While fortunately no fatalities occurred, many sustained injuries during the riot. Even after 90 years, this incident continues to hold the distinction of being the largest race riot in Canadian history. The message of solidarity and alliance against hate and anti-Semitism that was displayed on that occasion is a powerful one, It's also a reminder that although we may have differences, we also have so much in common, and even more importantly, share a very deep responsibility to always support each other.
It's hard to believe that a race riot happened in this beautiful park, where people have come for years to play baseball, watch baseball, or simply enjoy time outdoors. I wanted to be here today because it's important to remember no one is born hating another person because of the color of their skin or their background or their religion. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. Thank you for being here today and helping us to remember and reflect on the Christie Pitts riot that happened 90 years ago.
That was a wonderful video. I'd like to thank you for providing me with the honor of recognizing Italian Heritage Month here tonight. The Italian Heritage Month Planning Committee worked on educational activities to celebrate the Italian heritage during the month of June. Let's highlight a few of them. The committee was pleased to offer an educational cooking session to all students, staff, and TDSB community led by Chef Gianni Cescia, known for his authentic Italian dishes. He continues to share his love of cooking with recipes filled with traditions and customs of his homeland. During this cooking session, he taught us the secrets of how to prepare, serve an excellent risotto and stuffed gnocchi with a sauce. We are also pleased to have author Gianna Patriarca, who wrote Nonna and the Girls Next Door, address students from kindergarten to grade 8 on Thursday, June 22nd. Gianna is an award-winning author of 8 books of poetry. Her work has been adapted for stage at the Berkeley Street Theater and for CBC radio drama. Her writing is widely anthologized and featured in various documentaries, including Enigmatico, Pier 21, The Italian Canadians, and 3 Women, Adopting Lines and Adapting Lives. She has most recently appeared in the Omni TV documentary series, Familia. In honoring our seniors in the Italian heritage is very important. Maintaining Italian traditions and customs from generation to generation are significant. Our elderly members within our families and communities are key to preserving the vibrant culture of the Italian heritage. For this reason, we will also celebrate Seniors Month in June, which is recognized in the province of Ontario. Our final initiative included making both Italian Heritage Month and Seniors Month. A postcard was created with an image of the national flower of Italy, and students from Ancaster PS, Gracefield Public School, Lawrence Heights, Joyce Public School drew an image or wrote a thought on what peace meant to them. All postcards will be distributed to the residents of Villa Colombo, home of the aged in Toronto. And here's one of these postcards I'm holding right here. Further, a 100th birthday celebration is being planned for June 21st, and arrangements are underway to have Italian cookies delivered from Chef Joseph Montanaro, former C.W. Jeffries student, to the residents to celebrate. And resources are available to our TDSB professional library for all educators to see. Grazie a tutto e buona giornata.
Thank you both. And last but not least, I welcome Trustees King and Ehrhout to speak about Pride at the TDSB.
Thank you and good evening. Pride Month holds tremendous significance as we commemorate the struggles, triumphs, and ongoing journey towards equality and acceptance for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, pansexual, and gender diverse communities. It is a time when we raise our voices, enrich our understanding, and celebrate 2S LGBTQ+ joy. At the TDSB, we know every student and staff deserves to feel valued, respected, and celebrated for who they are. Pride Month is an opportunity to affirm our commitment to fostering a culture of inclusivity, understanding, and empathy within our schools and offices. There's a frightening climate of hate and level of incivility that threatens the well-being of 2S LGBTQ+ folks and duty holders working to disrupt homophobia and transphobia in our school and surrounding communities. This reality underscores our need to evolve policies, procedures, and practices to protect human rights and foster spaces of belonging, not only in June, but throughout the year. Integrating 2S LGBTQ+ into education, resources, and support into our curriculum and professional learning is part of our legal duty to ensure that education is provided in a manner that's consistent with the Ontario Human Rights Code. One of the ways that Pride Month is recognized and celebrated at the TDSB is through flag raisings. To symbolize our commitment to inclusivity and support for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, on May 31st, we proudly raised the Progress Pride flag in front of our head office here at 5050 Yonge Street, with many staff and trustees in attendance. As well, all TDSB schools and sites fly Pride flags throughout the month of June to show our support loud and proud. But the raising of flags is just the beginning. The Pride Month Planning Committee has prepared a series of events, activities, and workshops that aim to empower, educate, and inspire. Whether it's GSA meetings, drag queen story time, Pride prom, or walking in Toronto's Pride Parade wearing one of our student-designed Pride t-shirts, there is something for everyone. And to tell you a little bit more, I'm going to hand it over to Trustee Earhart online.
Hi, everyone. And I'm sorry I'm not there in person to see everybody there because we want to be loud and proud right now. So throughout the month, students are engaging in meaningful conversations, exploring 2S LGBTQ+ history, and celebrating the remarkable contributions of 2S LGBTQ+ individuals in our society. TDSB schools recognize the importance of fostering dialogue around 2S LGBTQ+ issues, including addressing homophobia and transphobia, and how to best support 2S LGBTQ+ students. This year, over 100 schools participated in the two-day Envision Conference for 2S LGBTQ IAP+ students and their allies. The TDSB has also actively supported the establishment of Gender and Sexuality Alliances, GSAs, and QSAs, Queer Straight Alliances, in schools. These alliances provide safe spaces for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, pansexual students, staff, and their allies. And the TDSB currently has 9 educational partners delivering programs and initiatives in this space. This includes PFLAG, Queer Songbook Orchestra, and mental health service providers like Luminous. Many more of these partnerships are needed and welcomed. We also welcome the participation of partners in our 2S LGBTQ+ Community Advisory Committee. Looking to the future, we must remain committed to continuously improving the experiences of 2S LGBTQ+ students in all our schools. We must do everything we can to make sure our schools are empowered to uphold human rights and be safe spaces for all. We need to continue to loudly and proudly celebrate Pride Month and raise the flag, but we also need to expand the number of GSAs and QSAs, increase learning opportunities for students and school communities, and forge new partnerships to enhance our support for the 2S LGBTQ+ community. I'll turn it back over to Trustee King.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. And of course, our goal is not only to provide support, but also to nurture allyship among our students and broader school community. We encourage everyone to become advocates for equality and stand alongside their 2S LGBTQ+ peers in solidarity, enhancing acceptance and dismantling barriers. And finally, to 2S LGBTQ+ students and staff in the TDSB, know that you are cherished, valued, and loved. Your presence enriches our schools and communities, and your stories inspire us all. And in the words of our executive superintendent, Jack Negro, if you are feeling confused, anxious, or scared because of recent events in other areas, you are loved and you can be who you are in TDSB schools. We stand beside you and, when necessary, in front of you every day. And finally, to close, we are very proud to share with you some video of our students raising the flags at their schools this year. Over to our video. Thank you, everyone.
Somebody, anybody, everybody scream!
Rainbow flags, Pride Day fun. I'll always love you, little one. Everyone is welcome at Pride. The rainbow flag is a sign of allyship, community, and acceptance. Love is love here at Birchcliff.
This flag and its meanings are very important to the 2S LGBTQ+ community.
Why is June even Pride Month anyway?
Well, in June of 1969, being a part of the 2S LGBTQIAP+ community was illegal.
But that was only 55 years ago.
That's true. In June, there was also lots of protests and riots for gay rights. June was just a perfect month for Pride. Just remember, we still have a long way to go, and raising this Pride flag is telling everybody that we're allies.
And at the end of the day, we're all born this way.
Today, as we witness the Pride flag ascend high above Shirley Street and City View, let us celebrate the diversity that makes us stronger. Let us pledge to be accepting and supportive of one another, regardless of our differences. Let's be allies. Let us continue to raise our voices for equality and advocate for a world that embraces love in all its forms.
We're here, we're queer, we have no fear! Happy Pride!
Thank you, trustees, for those meaningful words, and thank you to all involved in Heritage Month this whole past year. It has made such a difference for our students and our families and our communities. Okay, so up next we have memorials. I would ask everyone to stand while we do memorials, please, in a moment of silence. Okay, and next I'm going to turn it over first to Trustee Laskin and then Trustee Earhart. And yes, everyone can be seated. Thank you, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Chair Cherneslin. I had the great pleasure of working and learning from Lloyd McKell as a parent in the former Toronto Board of Education and through my years as a trustee on the TDSB. We worked together on the board's first parent involvement policy and our Equity Foundation statement, a commitment upon which we can base all our actions and activities. In his 34-year career at the TDSB, Lloyd rose through the leadership ranks. He provided leadership and direction for the implementation of equitable and inclusive education in schools. He held the position of Executive Officer for Student and Community Equity in 2005, and in 2010, he was appointed to the position of Senior Advisor to the Director. He led the TDSB Achievement Gap Committee and the TDSB Anti-Poverty Committee, which examined the circumstances affecting the educational achievement of students from diverse racial and cultural communities, including students from communities with high levels of poverty. This work resulted in a report that recommended for improving educational achievements for these students. Lloyd retired from the board in 2011. I still have his email from February 15th, 2011 on my computer, his last day of work, where he wrote the following: "Please permit me to thank all of you with whom I have shared this home at 5050 Yonge Street. I thank you for the friendship and the camaraderie you've extended me over the years. Our conversations in the lobby, the elevator, the cafeteria, the hallways, and sometimes in the parking lot in warmer weather were a delight to me and certainly made me feel part of a family. I congratulate all of you for the outstanding work you do to serve our diverse community of students, parents, caregivers, and taxpayers. You continue to make TDSB a shining example to those beyond our borders. It has been my privilege to know you." But in actual fact, it was my privilege to know Lloyd. He was one of my first education mentors. He taught me that schools don't exist in isolation. Society's challenges become the challenges we face in schools. From him, I first learned the importance of each and every student having a caring adult in a school setting, and that the goal for the system should be that every student wants to be in school because the people in their school care about them, not just about their learning. He understood when parents became actively involved, students do better in school, and our business is to make students as successful as possible. And decades ago, he positioned the school as the center of community life, the importance of community agencies connected to schools, understanding the importance of engagement between the school system and the diverse racial and cultural communities that support all our students. He truly believed education takes place within the context of the entire community, bringing to life the African proverb, "It takes a village to raise a child." He understood the importance of data on students' perceptions of their experience in school and outside of school, and with demographic data. And as we developed the student census, linking this with student data, student achievement data, he was clear that this would be critical for informed analysis of the data, for the driving need for change, and for broader public policy directions. He taught us all that belief is the secret of our success, long before Ted Lasso had that belief sign up. That belief that every child can learn, that the system has the capacity to help every child, that we can overcome challenges and fulfill that mission, that every child who comes into a school comes in with a smile, that school makes them feel good about themselves, more knowledgeable about the world, and gives them hope. That is the vision of our school system. And Lloyd's vision is the vision we will continue to aspire to. In 2005, Lloyd received the African Canadian Achievement Award for his excellence in the field of education. In 2008, the Toronto District School Board received the Carl Bertelsmann International Award for Excellence in Equitable and Inclusive Education, in large part due to Lloyd McKell. After his retirement from the board, he chaired the Mandela Legacy Canada, a not-for-profit organization whose mission is to promote Nelson Mandela's legacy in Canada. And I will never forget the experience in September 1998 when Lloyd arranged President Mandela to come to Skydome and had addressed 45,000 students, subsequently referred to as the world's largest classroom lesson with Nelson Mandela as its teacher. At our 20th anniversary celebration in 2018, his presence lit up the room. He will be missed by all those who loved him, those who have been inspired by him, and all his friends and family. To his wife, Charlotte Smith, their children and grandchildren, and his many friends, on behalf of the Toronto District
So
School
lovely to
Board,
hear your voice.
we
You
extend
take
our
care.
deepest
I'm glad you're
sympathies.
doing well, and we'll.
May Lloyd's memory be forever a blessing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those lovely words, Trustee Laskin. I feel sorry for not having had the experience to serve while he was here. Next up, we will have Trustee Earhart, who also is going to do a memorial this evening.
Thank you very much. Tonight, I would like to honor Principal Karen Jordan, who passed away on May 31st of this year. System Superintendent Belinda Long shared with me the following. Principal Jordan was a beloved educator and administrator for over 25 years. She was well known to the Pape School, where she came out of retirement to serve this year, but also several Scarborough school communities. She was a transformative leader in the Toronto District Elementary School Sports Association, convening track and field in Scarborough for a number of years. She always put students front and center throughout her entire remarkable career. Karen will be remembered for her wit, perseverance, and above all, her dedication to students. She was a kind, thoughtful, caring, and compassionate parent, principal, colleague, and friend. I was fortunate to have the opportunity to interact with Principal Jordan on many occasions. Early into my term as trustee, she was the first face I saw when I entered Pape School for a contentious community discussion with Metrolinx on the Ontario line. She welcomed me so warmly and was such a strong advocate for Pape and the broader community during very difficult discussions. Pape School Council co-chair Kara McCutcheon shared with me that Principal Jordan could command the attention of a whole school population without raising her voice. And I saw her do that with adults too. It was one of her many superpowers. Tomorrow, June 15th, all are invited to join for a ceremonial walking lap of the Birchmount Stadium track in Karen's honor as part of the first annual Karen Jordan East Invitation Track and Field Meet. My deepest sympathy to Principal Jordan's family, her son and her parents, her friends and broader community. I'm sending you all so much love at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Earhart, for those lovely words. Okay, it is now time for my chair's report. So we are reaching the end of the academic year, and I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all trustees, TDSB staff, families, volunteer groups, our education partners, and our community advisory committees who have contributed so immensely to our students and their success and to the success of our wider school communities. Your passion, your dedication, and your support throughout the school year, especially in navigating uncharted territories in our post-pandemic recovery, have brought us to where we stand today. While there is still work ahead, I believe we should all take immense pride in the collective successes and advocacy that have been undertaken on behalf of all of our students and the many achievements we have attained in the 2022-2023 school year. Thank you all. I would like to take a few minutes this evening to highlight some of our work and accomplishments this school year. For example, with respect to advocacy, this year, and certainly this spring, the budget has consumed much of our attention. We took the opportunity to share several advocacy letters with the ministry throughout the school year. The letters covered urgent matters, including unfunded benefit and sick leave costs, special incidents portion claim funding, which relates to special education, the necessity for a national school food program, and reimbursement of pandemic costs, to name a few. We haven't always received what we've asked for, but the letters and the meetings I have been able to have with the minister have been important in relationship building and helping to provide contextualization of the challenges and opportunities that need to be dealt with. And there have been small victories along the way. More funding for safety-related work and violence prevention, an acknowledgement of the need to recalibrate our SIP funding, that's the special incidents portion funding, and we must not lose sight of the fact that our advocacy efforts continue. I want to commend every single member of the TDSB community for their unwavering commitment and relentless efforts to support our students. As trustees, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that our budget accurately reflects the challenges we face and the needs of our students. It is crucial that we continue to educate the public and the Ministry of Education about the unique needs of Toronto's students and advocate tirelessly for the resources and supports outlined in the letters we have sent to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance. Thank you for your commitment and for standing alongside me in this important advocacy journey. On safety and preventing youth violence over this past school year, we acknowledge the urgent need to address the youth crisis situation in Toronto, not just this year, but also the year before. Two pieces that I do believe are groundbreaking and significant for us that I would like to highlight are the local community roundtables that we've created and our relationship with the Mayor's office. First, the local community roundtables. These allow our schools and our trustees to build better relationships with local community organizations and partners in support of student success and violence prevention. This is relatively new for TDSB, and the local integration of schools and community in a tighter way will help ensure we are leveraging our community partners and all that they have to offer to the best of our ability. It takes a village to do this work, and our villages will be stronger through this important bridge between our local schools and their local communities. Second, our relationship with the Mayor's office. One of the really significant developments over the last 7 months is that we have made significant progress in building a strong partnership with the Mayor's office, the Toronto Police Service, and SafeTO. This partnership has already borne fruit. 2 TDSB positions funded through federal grant dollars flowing through the city have been earmarked for TDSB to help in data collection and our Caring and Save programs, both related to ensuring the safety and well-being of our students. These were promises made by the former mayor and SafeTO during our meetings and are important collaborative pieces that recognize the shared responsibility of all levels of government to our students and our communities. I want to underscore that I recognize the importance of sustaining the momentum we have built. And despite the transitions in the mayor's office over the last few months, we have continued to meet. Deputy Mayor McKelvey has been supportive and collaborative, and she has assured me that she will transfer the file and the importance of our collaborative work as the mayor's office transitions after Election Day at the end of this month. The director and I look forward to continuing the important work we began this past year with our new mayor. We commit to building a new relationship with whoever ends up in office and continuing to advocate on behalf of our students as we strive for a brighter future for all TDSB students and their families. On to Bill 98. It was my pleasure to delegate before the Provincial Standing Committee on behalf of the TDSB pertaining to Bill 98, the Better Schools and Students Outcome Act. As you are aware, Bill 98 encompasses a wide range of potentially significant impacts on our public education system, with significant implications for the TDSB. In my role as chair of the board, I believe that it is crucial for all school boards to be properly consulted on the intricate details of any significant changes that will affect our students and the educational landscape that we foster. To ensure that our voices were heard, we have been working diligently alongside the Ontario Public School Boards Association. Together, we are dedicated to providing comprehensive commentary on the proposed changes within Bill 98. I want to remind you of the key concerns I highlighted in my delegation. We had reservations about certain proposals that may lead to duplication and place added burdens on our dedicated board staff. It is imperative that we carefully assess and measure any of these that could potentially remove or restrict the roles of our trustees, as they also play a vital part in our democratic governance structure. Secondly, I strongly emphasize the need for adequate funding to support any direct or indirect costs that may arise from the implementation of Bill 98 or its associated regulations. As we navigate these potential changes, it is crucial that our resources align with the demands placed upon us. We must ensure that our students' education remains our top priority, and that requires sufficient financial backing. I also called for increased opportunities for boards across the province to share their views on the proposed Bill 98 and any subsequent implementing regulations, and these will be important. Collaboration and open dialogue are essential components of a strong education system. Bill 98 has now received royal assent, but I want to remind you that we all must remain vigilant in safeguarding the interests of our students and provincial school boards. We will continue to stand committed to engaging in constructive dialogue and advocating for the principles and values that underpin our public education system. Together, let us ensure that the voices of the TDSB and all school boards across Ontario are heard. By working collaboratively, we can shape a future that upholds the highest standards of education while maintaining the integrity of our local decision-making processes. Finally, mandatory Indigenous education in grade 11. Earlier this year, we approved a motion that will require secondary students in the TDSB to take the grade 11 English course, Understanding Contemporary First Nation, Métis, and Inuit Voices. This decision, made during our recent regular board meeting, signifies a significant step forward in our commitment to truth and reconciliation. This curriculum, created by the Ministry of Education, has already proven to be immensely successful in the TDSB for many years. It has been widely supported by the Elders Council, the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee, the TDSB's Urban Indigenous Education Centre, as well as Indigenous writers, poets, and artists. Their endorsement speaks to the quality and the significance of this curriculum. The new course will be offered along with the current mandatory grade 11 English course, aligning our educational offerings with the goal of fostering a deeper understanding of the perspectives, histories, and contemporary experiences of our Indigenous communities. By integrating this curriculum in our classrooms, we are acknowledging the importance of hearing and amplifying Indigenous voices while promoting cultural diversity and breaking down stereotypes in our society. I would also like to highlight that this motion was moved by trustees on behalf of our student trustees, who by legislation are not allowed, at this point anyway, to move or second motions on their own. So making this mandatory grade 11 course was really the result of student voice. Our student trustees provide valuable input on behalf of their peers regularly to our board, but I think this resolution in particular reflects how significant their voice is in shaping and improving our work as trustees of the TDSB. What an incredible year it has been, and this was a mere glimpse that captures the remarkable accomplishments taking place at the TDSB. Later this evening, you will hear even more about accomplishments from Director Russell Rollins. And although there is much to celebrate, we acknowledge that certain challenges persist, affecting the well-being of our students, staff, and communities. I know I speak for all trustees when I say that we will continue to emphasize that our unwavering dedication lies in prioritizing the best interests of our school communities. This includes guaranteeing safe and inclusive learning and workspaces for everyone within the TDSB. Finally, this evening marks the last meeting for our outgoing student trustees, Jeffrey Ozara, Naomi Musa, and Isaiah Shafkat. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I want to thank you for all that you have done to support and advocate on behalf of your behalf of your fellow students. We are so very proud of your accomplishments, your dedication to students across the TDSB, and you should be too. We wish you all the best in your next chapters. We know you will go on to do extraordinary things. So today we only have Jeffrey with us in person. Isaiah and Naomi aren't here with us in person this evening. But I would like to take a few minutes just to present Jeffrey with a token of our appreciation. And I'm hoping that Director Russell Rollins will come up for a photo and presentation of this certificate. Okay. And with that, I am now proud to welcome our newly elected student trustees for the 2023-24 school year, and two of them are here with us today. So not here with us in person is Ozawa Mukokwe Secord, our new Indigenous student trustee, who in September will be in grade 12 at Rosedale Heights School for the Arts. Next, we have Angelica Bell. I hope you'll stand up, Angelica, so everybody sees you. And Angelica is at William Lyon Mackenzie, currently in grade 11. No, you will be in grade 11, correct? Will be in grade 11. It's lovely to see you again. And we also have Yi Kai Zhu. I think I've maybe pronounced that wrong. I'm sorry. Say it loud so I hear it. Zo. Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I knew that and my brain did the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. Zo. So we have Yi Kai Zo, and he will be in grade 12 at AY Jackson. So we are really excited that you guys are here. We know you're going to do great things, and we're so excited to get to know each and every one of you over the next 12 months. So welcome, and get ready. It's going to be fun. So. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity to wish congratulations to our graduating class of 2023, including many who are celebrating today. Either they're at prom, there may be some graduations, it's a big time. You did it. So, on behalf of the board, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Please remember, be curious, be kind, and have fun. You will always be a part of the TDSB community, and I hope you will be TDSB proud. Lastly, I want to wish everyone a safe, happy, and healthy summer. I hope that you find time to relax, to recharge, to spend quality time with friends and family, whatever makes you happy. And thank you. We will now move along with this evening's business. We will move on now to item number 10, which is reports from trustees appointed to, we don't have any, I don't believe we have any reports from trustees appointed to external organizations, but we do have a report from our student trustees. So Jeffrey, this is the last student report of the year from the trustees. You get to take it away.
Hello. Okay, thank you through you, Chair. Been an absolute pleasure. But, we'll get to the sappy farewell speeches in a bit. What we first want to do is start off with our Student Trustees Awards for Student Excellence. So we, the student trustees, and speaking the current student trustees, Naomi, Isaiah, and I, are excited to announce the 2023 recipients of the Student Trustees Award for Student Excellence. These annual awards recognize the outstanding achievements of students within our school board. We believe it is important to celebrate the hard work, dedication, and excellence of our students and acknowledge their contributions to the school community. Their hard work and dedication to community and academics, which have not gone unnoticed. We are here and we are proud to recognize their achievements today. So I ask my incoming student trustees to stand up at the front, if it's okay through you, Chair, just to give out some of the certificates for the recipients today. So we have two categories today. The first category that the award will be going to is for leadership in combating hate and racism. This award is given to students who have demonstrated outstanding leadership and efforts towards promoting inclusivity, diversity, and equity in their school community. Recipients of this award have actively worked towards eradicating hate speech and actions, combating discrimination, and promoting social justice. They have shown exceptional leadership skills, dedication, and advocacy in creating a safe and welcoming environment for all students. So the recipients of this award are Mishri Kadane, you could step up and accept your award while I say, Khalees Walford Gray, Leila Khazravi, and Sophia Verone. Could we give them a round of applause, please? We'll be taking more formal photos if you want for the parents later on in the recess, if that's okay. Great. And we will be going on to the second category of these awards, which is Community Engagement and Academic Achievement Award. So this award is given to students who've demonstrated outstanding dedication to serving their local community and has shown academic excellence. Recipients of this award have actively engaged in community services, activities promoting social responsibility and making a positive impact in the world while gaining and maintaining a high academic achievement. They have demonstrated exceptional leadership, commitment, and empathy, working towards creating a better and more equitable society for all. The recipients of this award, while I say it, you could come up to the front while I say it. So the recipients for this award are Noden Alton Joseph, Leila Magzoub, Ari Grossman, Caitlin Bonnie Steele. And last, and sorry, hello. 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 Okay, I didn't mention it before, but last and certainly not least, Zainab Hatari. If you're here, you could step up and take your award. Thank you all to the parents and guests who are here. We will be taking more formal photos during the recess coming up. And now for the farewell messages of the student trustees. So, as you know, Naomi had her prom today, a well-deserved one, so she's going out having fun. And Isaiah did have personal reasons as to why he couldn't be here today, but he sends his regrets and he sent me a very, very lengthy farewell message. So I'll say it on behalf of him, and then I'll say one on behalf of Naomi and I. So get ready and just envision me as if I was Isaiah Shafka, okay? Trustees, as I stand before you today, I am filled with a mix of emotions. On the one hand, I am excited to begin the next chapter of my life. On the other hand, I am sad to be leaving a role that has been such a significant part of my life for the last 3 years, serving as Indigenous Student Trustee, making me the longest serving student trustee in the province. It has been an honor and a privilege to represent the Indigenous students in our board. During my term, I have been fortunate enough to witness and be a part of transformative change, making the NBE3U compulsory, advocating for period products in our schools, launching the first Two-Spirit and Indigiqueer Pride, advocating for updated Indigenous languages curriculums, hosting the first student-led voting info session for TDSB students, advocating for student trustee governance, and more. I have seen the impact that we can make when we work together towards a common goal. I have been inspired by the resilience and determination of the Indigenous students and our community as a whole, who have faced many challenges but have persevered in the pursuit of their education and more. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who has supported me during my time as Indigenous Student Trustee. To the students who have shared their memories with me and entrusted me with their concerns, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve you. To the staff who have worked alongside me, thank you for your unwavering support and for always putting the needs of the students first. I have learned so much during my time as Indigenous Student Trustee. I've learned about the challenges that Indigenous students face in pursuing their education and the barriers that they must overcome. I have learned about the importance of collaboration and the power of community. I have learned that we can achieve great things when we work together for a common goal. I would like to share a story. I recall a number of years ago, I was told to trust the system. That has been a quote that has stayed with me over the years and has driven me to be a part of making the change within the system. To work to rebuild the system to support Indigenous students and their families. The system is broken. It was never built to serve our community, and I am proud to have been part of the redressing and rebuilding of the system to serve all students. As I move on to the next chapter of my life, I will take these lessons with me. I will continue to work towards positive change, and I will continue to advocate for the needs of students and the community as a lawyer in human rights, constitutional law, and treaty rights. I'm excited to see what the future holds for our community, and I'm confident that we will continue to make progress towards a brighter tomorrow. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to serve as Indigenous Student Trustee. It has been an incredible journey, and I will always cherish the memories that I have made. I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Miigwech. Thank you. And I just wanted to say a personal shout out to you, Isaiah, because I know you're watching through the live stream. I'd just like to say on behalf of Naomi and I, thank you so much for working beside us. You have been such an inspiration to the both of us, and we couldn't have been here working through all of this throughout our term without you. So thank you, Isaiah. Now don't worry, this is more brief, the speech on behalf of Naomi and I. Okay, so on behalf of the student trustees, I just wanted to say it has been an absolute pleasure working with you all. Our term as student trustees has had its highs and lows, but the experiences we've had working on a board level, having the chance to represent students through numerous workshops, reports, and motions created, they were some of the best times of our lives. Naomi and Isaiah and I were able to have our voices heard on numerous occasions in this room. And from what we've heard from both students and trustees, we were able to take action on the motions that we've created throughout this term with both the compulsory course of NBE3U for grade 11 students and the accredited course code for deconstructing anti-Black racism. And now introducing the Student Trustees Awards for Student Excellence, which we hope will strive to be an annual event for years to come. As I look on to all the all the trustees and staff here, I am eternally honored and grateful to have been able to see all the hard work you have done for the sake of improving our public education system. Your tireless work ethic is a principle that I will keep on and carry for years to come in my future. We'd like to say thank you for welcoming us with open arms, for always being there for us student trustees whenever we had concerns or questions, never making us feel less or not as valued because of the age difference, but always being passionate to hear our ideas. Someone once told me that success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. So continue all the amazing work you do, everyone, because you're making an impact on students in the TDSB every single day. And I know you have made an impact on my life. So once again, thank you, TDSB, for having Naomi, Isaiah, and I as your 2022-23 student trustees. And then the final item is just the introduction to the incoming student trustees. The outgoing student trustees would like to officially acknowledge and introduce our incoming student trustees, Yi Kai and Angelica Bell. We wish you all the best in your endeavors with this new position, and we know you'll be amazing representatives to all the approximately 235,000 students in the TDSB. We welcome you to the TDSB, and just get ready for the ride because it will be a long one, all right?
Thank you. I have to say the pleasure has been all ours. We have been the fortunate ones to have you guys this year. You've done a great job. So up next, we're going to move to item number 11, and this is the Director's Leadership Report. So over to our Director, Colleen Russell-Rollins.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Good evening, students, staff, community members, and the Board of Trustees. Tonight, my leadership report for 2022-2023 will be organized into 3 parts. First, reflections on this school year. Secondly, a look ahead into the 23-24 school year and a bit beyond. And then lastly, a few words of closing. When we began this school year, I shared priorities with staff across the board. Firstly, the importance of joy, engagement, and belonging in our schools as a foundation for academic achievement and student success, and eliminating disproportionate outcomes for students. Who knew at the time that students, families, and staff would have found resonance in our focus and the importance of creating meaningful connections and deep engagement among students as the foundation for their learning and success at school. The pandemic reminded us that school is a place where all students need to feel affirmed and have relationships that nurture their social, personal, physical, and cognitive development. This school year has had numerous examples of student engagement, belonging, and joy as a foundation for why they come to school every day and stay committed to learning and to the development of their peers and positive relationships with staff. Similarly, we've seen focused examples of our staff believing that a student's identity or their postal code should not predict their outcome. Here's a brief recap of just some of the things that have happened this year. In the fall, TDSB creates Performing Arts Festival, welcomes students from grades 7 to 12 from more than 20 schools to showcase incredible works of art from spoken word to film. It was simply inspiring. One of our many impactful initiatives was led by the Professional Support Services team, focused on mental health and well-being. It was a student leadership program that in fact continued from the spring of 2021. The Mental Health Leadership Program was created to enhance students' circle of care with their peers. This program centers enhancing relationships, strengthening positive peer connections, and building mental health and well-being capacity for secondary students. They champion this learning back at their school with the support of our social worker, child and youth staff, and many others. This year alone, the program has supported over 500 students from across 90 secondary schools throughout the TDSB. The TDSB has also continued to support science, STEM, and robotics. This year, this team provided subsidies to elementary and secondary schools to integrate robotics into the classroom. This subsidy supports competitive robotics, including social justice and environmental challenges, but more significantly, their focus is on ensuring hands-on experience in STEM and coding, particularly in underserved communities where this may not have been an experience previously available to students. Similarly, mathematics remains a key priority. We have the goal to provide students in all of our schools with access to various evidence-based digital math tools aligned with the Ontario Curriculum for Mathematics. The purpose of this is to improve procedural fluency, conceptual knowledge, and overall performance in math. These digital tools support the math strategy by ensuring high-quality math resources are available to students both in and outside of the classroom. You may recall we also launched our new anti-hate and anti-racism strategy, which is an umbrella strategy that encompasses combating hate and racism, a student learning strategy. This new strategy has in it an important commitment to develop specific actions related to combating Islamophobia, anti-Asian racism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, and anti-Indigenous racism and anti-Black racism, just to name a few of the issues that we know are present from our human rights data. This plan allows communities to see themselves in the actions we are taking, both collectively and individually. Last Thursday evening, it's all running together now, we celebrated the ways TDSB staff go above and beyond to support joy, engagement, and belonging through the Excellence Awards. We held a reception that I was so pleased to see our two newly elected student trustees at as well. These awards were modified to align to our shared priorities, and the nomination categories also reflected our shared commitment to Indigenous rights, human rights, equity, anti-racism, and anti-oppression within a framework of creativity and innovation. I want to acknowledge System Superintendent of Indigenous Education, Tanya Senk, who also received this very special award. Congratulations to Tanya and all of the incredible staff who either nominated someone or were recognized. We simply couldn't do it without you. While I could point to numerous other examples of progress in reducing outcomes for students, I want to share two examples of improvement in specific schools in the area of early literacy. At Eastview Public School, many students have seen an 8 to 10 jump in their diagnostic reading assessment scores since the fall because of the intentionality of their principal and vice principal and leadership team, the early literacy reading intervention teachers, and of course, the classroom educators. Students are now more joyful about their reading, and there's been a noticeable increase in their resilience and persistence during their reading. Similarly, at Sir Adam Beck Junior Public School, staff engaged in regular monitoring of their literacy interventions, which included a family literacy day and sound walls in every single classroom. These, among other strategies used by educators and families, are having a tangible difference in supporting the growth of early readers. It's impossible to fully capture all of the incredible events, activities, and accomplishments that happen across the TDSB over the course of a school year. We have created a brief highlight reel, if you will, to share with you in celebration of the excellence from across our system. I hope you enjoy this small sample of photos featuring TDSB students and staff. So as director, I want to say thank you to all of our incredible employees who often under challenging circumstances have maintained a focus on student learning, well-being, equity, and effective operations. As we continue to plan for the 23-24 school year, the priorities of joy, belonging, and engagement, as well as eliminating disproportionate outcomes, continue to be top of mind. I'm anticipating the completion of a renewed multi-year strategic plan through the consultations that are underway now and will continue in the fall. If you haven't yet had an opportunity to participate in the various forms of consultation to determine our priorities, I encourage you all to lend your voice to where we go next. Congratulations to the Board of Trustees. This is close to the end. Please show up next week. Close to the end of your first year in this new term. Thank you for your incredible service. Now I would like to express a warm welcome and two heartfelt goodbyes. First, to the student trustees, I'm really excited to welcome Ozawa Secord, the new Indigenous student trustee-elect, Angelica Bell, who you've already met this evening, and Yi Kai Zhou, also student trustee-elect. We are eagerly anticipating your leadership, and we know that whatever you choose to advocate for on behalf of the students you represent, that we will learn from you and your voices. I'm so eager to work with you next year. And now for a tougher goodbye. As director, I've had the pleasure of getting to know the student trustees formally and informally. Firstly, I want to congratulate you on a successful term by any measure. Indigenous student trustee Shafkat, I know you're not here. I do hope you're watching or will watch the recording of tonight's remarks. Your contributions in the boardroom over the past 2 years have been insightful, courageous, and heartfelt. Your ability to create a platform for important issues and advocacy for Indigenous education, Indigenous students, and their rights outside of the TDSB and internally has been nothing but impressive. Trustee Jeffrey Ocero, you've courageously brought your identity and experiences to amplifying issues with staff or students. Your focus has always been on the issues that touch students' lives in their schools each and every day, and I know they have resonated for many. Student trustee Naomi Musa, how do you compete with a prom? You can't. I saw your confidence and resolve for championing equity issues when I met you over 2 years ago. You demonstrated what it means to hear students' voices and to translate it into informed advocacy, again, both inside and outside of the boardroom. I'm incredibly proud of the three of you. You are a powerful reminder of the brilliance of our students in each and every school. Keep going. Keep going. Follow your dreams and know that you have our love and our support for your ongoing learning and success. I hope that you and all of our students and staff have a wonderful summer break when it arrives. And thank you to those staff who work diligently during the summer with young people and who are preparing our buildings and our programs for the new year. Now, lastly, in closing, I, like Trustee Laskin, would like to pay tribute to a former colleague and trailblazer, Lloyd McKell. Lloyd has left a legacy of community leadership, integrity, and service in public education. Lloyd was a longtime Toronto Board of Education leader and TDSB leader who served as Executive Officer of Student and Community Equity. Some of Lloyd's achievements were shared by Trustee Laskin. They are, in my opinion, too far-reaching to describe fully. What is easier to remember is his legacy of leadership. Lloyd walked with and within communities in credible, ethical, and unique ways. He amplified communities' voices before that was a concept we described in those terms. He was a trusted advisor to many. His strategy for advancing change was both collaborative and ethical. His leadership was never performative. It was undertaken with a deep sense of care, respect, and responsibility for both students and their caregivers. School could and should be a place of belonging and opportunity shaped by families and their children, in Lloyd's view. He mentored many student, staff, and community members, including me, with those goals in mind. While Lloyd and I worked together only for a short period, I benefited from his keen wit, broad intellect, and practice of equity. This was in the double helix of his DNA. I know that in retirement, he continued to serve the same goals he advocated for in his career. He will be deeply missed by his family, close friends, and all of those whose lives he made better. May his memory live on in all of us who knew and loved him. This concludes my leadership report for this evening.
Thank you, Director. And I think at this point we will take a 5 to 10 minute recess. That way families can do photos if they would like, and then we'll move on with the business of the evening. Thank you. Trustees, can you please take your seats? We're going to get started again. Do I need to do a roll call? Okay. And we are, just to remind everybody, we are at declarations of possible conflict of interest. This is number 12 on your agenda. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest from trustees? And I'm not hearing any, so we will move on to item number 13. This is matters to be decided without consent. On the consent, without discussion. I keep saying that today. Without discussion. On the agenda today are item number 14, item number 15.1, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 15.2, 1 and 2, 4, 5, no, what did I miss? Oh, all of 15.2, all of 15.3, and off consent, we have item number 15.15, 15.4, and 15.5. Well, right, and the student transportation report in the blue folders, and that one is a result of it being, that's the one we're doing as business arising. We'll be doing that one as business arising because when it went to committee, it was asked to be brought with more information to today's meeting, in case people are confused as to why that's happening. I was confused, so I figure others might be too. Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Alexandra, or trustee Loka Rotman. Sorry, we're going informal today. And I saw a hand go up here, but I didn't see whose hand. Trustee McLean. All in favor, we'll just do this by show of hands or say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. And any opposed? Not hearing any, that has passed. So we are going to deal with business arising. This is item number 15.23, the student transportation. In your blue folders, you will find a revised report. And I will just turn it over to staff, to the director, to introduce who will be speaking to this.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Executive Officer Snyder to present this report.
Thank you, Director, and through you, Madam Chair. In your blue folder tonight is revised reports based on the request from trustees for additional information around the contract awards. Just to familiarize you again, transportation is provided by the Toronto Student Transportation Group, which is a consortium of both Toronto Catholic and Toronto Public Boards. And this time round, it was Toronto Catholic's time to lead the process, working collaboratively between both boards. We also had an integrity commissioner, fairness commissioner, to ensure that our biddings were done properly and were contested. In the report, I will speak to the additions that were asked for. The first was around what was the cost of the 6-year contract. And on page 2 of the report, you'll see that based on a 2.5% inflation, which the carriers get 85% of, that would bring us to $431 million for the 6 years. There are optional years, but the base contract is worth $431 million approximately, assuming the same type of routing as we're doing now, assuming that fuel escalation is not being included because that's usually funded by the ministry if there's significant inflation, and it doesn't represent the cost of TTC tickets or our own fleet cost. The other question that we were asked to look at was what was the funding implications? So this is a more difficult challenge because this is the first year of a major rehaul of the grant. And so it's a much more detailed grant, and we're still waiting information from the Ministry of Education on driver wages, which are supposed to be $23 an hour plus 13% benefits, as well as we are now as school boards responsible for the driver retention program. Additional information on those will come out later this spring or summer, we're hoping for it. And in addition, being this the first year of a new grant, the ministry may do modifications in the second year. But having said all that, what we try to do is forecast if there was a 1% escalation in the funding over the 6 years, what would be the implications? And right now, based on the costing you saw on the previous page and inflation on such things as TTC tickets and other costs, we estimate that over the 6 years, it could possibly be $13.5 million negative impact on the financial position of the board over the 6 years. We will, though, bring back additional information in the fall. And as we have new information, as we build the 24-25 budget, we'll bring additional information to the FBAC committee as we get further details from the ministry. You'll also see in the report, we included some of the information out of the TST, Toronto Student Transportation Group, around the procurement process, around contract compliances and the new rules around carriers to ensure they're more compliant in doing their routes. We talk about the possibility of electric vehicles, and we'll have our first electric bus on Toronto Island to service there because of fueling issues going back and forth off the island. It talks about service considerations, and one of the very good things in this new contract is there'll be tablets on all the buses where the drivers will sign in. They'll have access to their students that should be on their bus. They'll update what route they're on so that parents can use the WhatsApp to see where their bus is en route. In addition, there's also requirements that the parents contact students with special needs to assess and help them with their needs in the first few days of school. And companies are also required to ensure that their phone system is in place so they can take calls from parents around concerns around transportation. Through you, Madam Chair, if this is approved tonight, we will start to implement it with the Toronto Catholic School Board for implementation in September of 2024. And happy to take any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you, I'd just really like to thank staff for amending the report to include the information that I thought was missing, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm just looking online to see if we have any trustees with questions. No questions. Okay, so we can open the vote on item, correct, I need a mover and a seconder for item 15.2.3, Trustee Laskin and Arts. We can now open the vote.
Trustee Leahy in favor.
Hastings in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Turnison in favor.
Trustee Raja in favor.
Trustee Lee, how do you vote?
I voted in favor, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We will close the vote. And that has carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 15.1.5. This is the special, there we go, Student Interest Program, Specialized Schools and Programs Policy Review. This is what was adopted at committee on this item. No, what's? And I'm just looking to see if.
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I add some amendment to the committee recommendation?
We're just making sure we get the right thing on the screen, which would be the resolutions from committee. Okay, there we go. Thank you. And so now we're looking for a speaker list. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, Trustee Pay, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you much, Madam Chair. Fellow trustees, I'm speaking to you today and asking you to vote in favor of the amended motion that is before you. Why? Because the motion passing GPC does nothing to help our students. It has been watered down to the point where it is meaningless. When I present this original motion, the goal was to collect data and start a review of the specialized school admission process this fall. The reason is simple. This process has been flawed from the start. It fails to consult on the specifics of the lottery. Okay. It failed to consider any factors other than race. It fails to consider best practice from other jurisdictions. It fails to account for demonstration of interest. It failed to keep a proper wait list. It failed our children. Worse yet, we have learned today that there is an agenda among some TDSB TDSB staff to get rid of the specialized schools, specialized program. This morning, the SOS TDSB group released minutes of TDSB meeting obtained by FOI request, which show a clear intent to eliminate optional attendancy and the specialized program by denying choice to students. Why? To force all students to attend their home schools, regardless of whether that is best place for them. It seems to many that the only reason for doing this may be in order to protect those schools from closing and keep staff jobs. Students are not a widget. They're not one size fits all. The reason we have specialized program is because we respect diversity, including diversity of interest, learning styles, and abilities. Some trustees are saying we don't have enough data to review this policy in the fall, but we have all the information we need to trigger a review already. Add to that, the associate director admitted the impact of academic excellence was not considered. Parents after parent, student after student, delegating in the media and pleading for us to stop the implementation. Staff produced a fraudulent research paper that attacked merit without considering its benefits. We owe it to our students to give them a transparent, workable process in the fall of 2024. If we do not request data, this will not happen. If we do not conduct review, this will not happen. We cannot wait 2 years, 4 years, certainly not 5 years for the data. When there's a clear but undisclosed intention to eliminate this program and giving more time without data, have fulfilled this goal of eliminating these programs or changing them so fundamentally that they are unrecognizable or are program in name only. I'm therefore asking that you will support my amendment motion, asking for specific data and ask that the director comply with the intent of the requirement that admission process, including a demonstration of active interest and passion. Simply because things were now done in a certain way before does not mean we have to do them that way again. The TDSB had to be flexible. It's had to recognize that the need of the students are more important than the process. If we needed to speed up the process in the interest of our students, we have to do it. We are here to serve the public. Our staff is here to serve the public. Student interests come first. Otherwise, we're failing our students, failing our responsibility as trustees, and failing education in Ontario. Thank you. Now I want to talk about, some of my amendment regarding the motion. I think I basically changed the language for the motion part A, part 1, A and B, and then I will keep 3, 4, and 5, and then I add a motion for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I hope trustee agree on those data collection, make sure we can maybe review the policy in the fall. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a growing speakers list. At this point, we have Trustee Lee. Is this on the amended motion though, Trustee Lee, or the original committee recommendation?
Madam Chair, I wanted to speak on, like, when I put my name in, it was the original motion, so I'm not definitely first.
Oh, right, and we need a second before we even, before I even should have gone to Trustee Lee. I would just ask, is there someone who's willing to second Trustee Pay's motion or amendment? My apologies, not a motion, amendment.
Madam Chair, then is Trustee Hastings would second my motion.
Well, we have to hear from Trustee Hastings, I think.
You just heard from him.
What did he say?
You just heard from him, he said.
Pardon? Okay. Okay, so we have a seconder. So Trustee Dawson, do you want to speak on the amended motion?
Yes.
For clarification, the amended motion is the one that we received like just a few minutes ago on email with the red and the black. Okay, then yes, I would like.
That's what's up on the screen? Okay. It's hard to see because we can't see all of it. It's very small for aging eyes like mine. I can't read that. Okay, so yes, Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I just have to say that I do appreciate these amendments. I think requests for information are always helpful. And I'm pleased to see that there isn't a call for a full policy review within a very short time frame, shorter in fact than what is typically given, and then also without the data that we would need to conduct a review at this point. I do have some questions for staff. And I mean, on my copy, it actually shows language highlighted in red and then language in black. So I don't know if that's the copy that staff have, but for each of the points under A, I'm concerned about the timing of the points in red, which is all, well, I could just say all but 3, 4, and 5. You know, we've got 2 staff working on this. So I think we need to be realistic about fall request. We're concentrating on implementation of this in the fall. So I wonder from staff whether fall is ideal timing for this report back, or whether the spring might make better sense. Through the chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Associate Director Zarisco to begin.
Thank you, and through Chair Noslin to Trustee Dawson. Trustee Dawson, the staff are seeing this for the first time probably 90 seconds ago. What I will say at my first skim and scan of this, staff will not be able to generate this data in the fall. There are two, as you commented, there are two individuals who are supporting a very groundbreaking policy to enable equitable access for students. We have hundreds of students for the first time who are going to be entering programs, and each of the schools are going to need our assiduous attention and planning to be supporting professional learning in regards to welcoming students who have not had the typical and historic experience with the student central interest programs. So we are turning our attention over the summer months and through the fall and all of next year to be supporting professional learning of our educators, to be making sure every one of our classrooms is a warm, inviting, and accepting environment that is meeting the needs of the students and embodying that special interest for them. We take our duty to be reporting and updating the Board of Trustees on the implementation of your groundbreaking policy very seriously. What you are wishing to accomplish with this policy is extraordinary. It's about equitable access. Our interests and our attention is to make that successful. To be gathering the kind of data that is being asked for at the fall timeline or even the spring timeline is asking us to give data and record data on how many students exit. And the danger there, of course, is if we share that data, we have the risk of making assumptions about what that data is indicating. Policies are on a 4-year cycle so that we are able to analyze trend data, conduct interviews with students and staff, and really get to the heart of what the data is telling us. I would have a confidence in speaking with our specialist in research, David Cameron, to be thinking about a timeline that is perhaps less than 4 years, certainly more than 2, to be having reliable information, to be sharing back to trustees about the implementation of your policy. We can be providing information that we don't think is at risk of having misinterpretation presented to you as we get it. I don't want to be in any way presenting as obstructionist. That is, I'm not wanting to articulate that at all. I hope that you appreciate the caution that I am articulating for you in regards to gathering data too early about this program. In addition, I don't have the staff to be pulling this and analyzing it. We will not be implementing your policy. So very respectfully, I'm afraid that I need to articulate that the heart of these amendments as I'm skimming and scanning are just not possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. So I understand the amendment that you've just seen, and that's a lot of work, and you've articulated that. But the committee passed just 5 actions for a report in the fall. So my question is, I understand that some of the amended requests may have to wait, because I do understand the priority in the fall is the students and the staff and the program. But I thought that at the committee, staff thought that a fall timeline might be doable to those original 5 things, which were the original number 1, the original number 2, and 3, 4, and 5. So I guess I'm asking through you, Madam Chair, and you did say as data is available, you'll be updating us. So I am wondering, I guess I'm wondering 2 things. One is, at some point in time, all the data is important, but the timeline for the fall, is it possible to have those original 5 items with a later timeline for the amended requests? Is that possible through you, Madam Chair, to staff?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Laskin. Trustee Laskin, staff were certainly supporting PPC and the amendments that were on the floor and being discussed. And the data that was requested was for October 1st. No, was in the fall, right? Thank you, because we put that phrase in for the whole motion, and we would be interpreting fall generously at the end of November, maybe the early part of December, and we are committed to be providing what was in that amended motion from committee, and again, wanting to be supporting all that we are seeing and the efforts. I am very confident that you'll be interested in the ways in which we are supporting staff and the feedback that we are hearing from students who are first entering the program, as well as what staff are saying, what challenges we are seeing, perhaps recommendations going forward in our implementation. And it will be our intention to be sharing that along the way as we are designing our implementation and making changes. So long answer short, we are able to provide the data from the committee PPC for fall. Okay.
So through you, Madam Chair, then I'd like to do an amendment to the amendment. I think, or I seek advice of governance services, how best to differentiate then. I think the board should have an opportunity to vote on the amended requests and the original motion, but with 2 different timelines associated with them. So I'm asking, at least that's what makes sense to me. Or conversely, like, I don't want to turn the amendment down, vote on the original, or do you park the amendment, vote on the original motion, and then bring back the amendments that didn't pass in the original motion for a different timeline? I guess I'm just seeking advice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, you may want to amend the amendments to add a new date for some of the asks. So you'd have to add a new date as an amendment.
Okay, so if possible, then I'm not sure how the wording should be, because A will have to then be split into A1 and A2.
May I make a suggestion, Trustee Laskin, just so that you're, so that we have time to figure this out? Why don't we pause for a moment, figure out the best way to do this?
Or I'm happy to not move anything yet and let others speak and then decide.
Sorry, was that what you were saying? Okay, so we'll move down the speakers list, and maybe you'll think about how you want to do that, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have.
So somebody else will have to move the amendment.
Do you want to use the rest of your speaking time? That's what people are
Well,
suggesting.
I guess my concern, we are at board. I can only speak once. I understand that. So it seems to me that Trustee Pay has gone to a lot of effort to to seek additional data. I don't have a problem with seeking data. But I've listened to staff say their priority for the fall has to be the implementation of the program. But I also heard staff say, because I was on the at GPC, that they could do the 5 original asks for a fall report. So I guess in my perfect world, we would support the committee's request for the fall report and items B and C, and then support the amended requests for data with a different timeline, so that overall we get the data we want, but in a timeline that makes sense based upon the limited staff time vis-a-vis their priorities for students and staff in the fall. So that is the outcome I would like, and I will stop there. And I have 20 other colleagues around the table, or 19, because Trustee Pay has spoken, and I'll hear from them, and perhaps somebody can move that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, up next on the amended motion is Vice Chair Shen. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you, just a clarification. My understanding was that when a motion gets referred to staff, instead of passing as a motion itself, the fact that it gets referred to staff, the staff are able to look at the motion and see what parts of that would be feasible, what extent would that be implementable, and all those stuff. That's what's my understanding when I voted for the referral motion. Not necessarily say all the 5 things, go ahead. And if you're saying go ahead and do those same five things, then why would you have to add a line that says refer this back to the staff? So I just would like to have clarification on that from a governance point of view, that when there's a referral motion to staff and has few things, it's not necessarily saying go and implement those 5 things. It's actually giving it back to some decision-making capacity of the staff. Is my assumption right?
Yes, I think that's a fair assumption, as opposed to approving its referral. And this is referral.
My second part then is I also heard, I think if I heard it correctly from Associate Director Sarisco, for some of these data that's being requested, even a spring deadline would be limiting the capacity to bring, because it's just landed on their table right now, and to be able to assess to say. So I'm very about putting another date into this to say, it makes it look more binding than it is, because on the top of it, you have a referral motion, and then you have a lot of things with different timelines. It gets very confusing. It gives mixed messages to the community as to what we committed as a board. So I would like to ask a clarification from the staff that if they have had enough time to even think about any of these things to be able to be brought in by spring, if there was a date that's attached.
Yeah.
I know that's a long-winded question, I'm not sure.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to make sure that I'm on point for your question, Trustee, that in spring, what are we comfortable in providing to the board?
Yeah, looking at the list of items, if there were 2 motions, one said fall and the rest of it in red went into spring, would that be something that's feasible? Is that something you would be able to decide in the short notice to say if that's something that will be brought up?
Respectfully, no.
Okay. So just wanted to clarify that as well. So Madam Chair, through you, just, I guess I'll just finish off with the fact that it's being referred, the motion that was passed has given the staff, because my understanding through you, Madam Chair, is there is a report coming on this in the fall from the staff. Is that right? Through you, Madam Chair?
Through you, Chair, we were analyzing one of the clauses, so I'm going to ask for the trustee to ask the question again.
So through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify with the staff, there was already a plan to bring a report on this in the fall. Is that right? Despite this motion, I think there was a plan.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? And this may be for staff, this may be for Trustee Shan. Are you referring, well, I guess first it's for Trustee Shan. Are you referring to the motion, like the resolution from committee, which said that, or a separate report that staff was originally planning to bring in the fall?
My understanding, I would just want to clarify that my understanding was staff were already planning to bring a report on this topic in the fall of 2023. Is that right?
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Lee made a motion regarding the secondary program review. So some of that information would be flowing from that approved board resolution. So that is one report. The approved motion from GPC does speak to a report coming to the board in the fall with the items that are on screen right now that were approved at GPC. That speaks to a fall motion on central student interest programs. So should the board approve the GPC recommendation, the answer would be yes. Staff will be bringing a report on central student interest programs in the fall.
Thank you. Thank you, Associate Director. Through you, Madam Chair. Would the report that's being produced by the staff would not only include the stuff that's being asked, but anything else that's relevant that you already have data for in this particular matter would be brought forward, I'm assuming, when the report comes. Is that a fair assumption to share about how this program is going?
Thank you, and through the chair. Additional data, Trustee Shan, will not be possible other than what staff have considered at GPC in supporting trustee deliberation. We would be able to give you, I think, information on how staff are supporting the early implementation of the policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Associate Director. That's what I was getting at. The report would include some of the real-time experiential data, if it may be. It doesn't all have to be quantitative of how the program is going within the first few months of its implementation. So, Madam Chair, I'm very comfortable with letting the staff bring that report along with the qualitative data, all the quantitative data they can bring in. It's important to focus quite a bit in making sure the implementation goes right. It's almost like we're setting something up and then double guessing it and playing around with it. Let's go with the focus on implementation for the first couple of months. And when the later part of the fall comes, this report comes in with the staff. Like I said, referral means all those items are there, but not all items might be readily available to be produced. But I would urge the board to give that opportunity to have those things brought forward in that manner, rather than just add more things, not miscommunicate. I'm like multiple ways of misrepresenting what we wanted to do and causes a lot more chaos and a lot more confusion. And as a board, we need to be able to send a clear message that this program is being implemented, its data is being collected, and the review process will follow as we get proper time to evaluate as well. And so I would strongly urge people to consider passing the GPC motion and not necessarily amending anything more to give multiple mixed messaging around what our priorities are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Shan. Next up, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. We debated this last May. I rose for 5 minutes, and actually a little beyond that. Chair Brown was gracious enough to let me complete my thought. And then we voted. And then we had policy. And whether I was on the right side or the wrong side of that, the TDSB had policy. And as a trustee, I think it's my responsibility to support that policy until it comes time that we have data and we can do a review and determine whether what we had in mind or what was approved and aspirational in nature, whether that was achieved or not. And then you talk about consider amending or so. I have two questions, I guess. One, I would like to know, because I haven't been here, it hasn't happened, I don't think, in the time I've been here. So I'd like to know what the parameters are around an expedited review, how many years that takes, what's an acceptable point to do that, how far in you have to get before you speed that process along other than its natural rotation. And given that, I won't speak for my colleagues, I would like it to be a data-driven review. So then my question, I guess, becomes, through staff to Dr. Cameron, at what point would we get the data that would inform that decision? So I guess those are my two questions initially. Through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee McLean, I would just point out the review itself isn't, I don't think there's a piece on review in the amended motion. I know it was sort of talked about, and I'm going to let it go, but I just remind everybody that the amended motion doesn't actually have the expedited review on it. It was on the original motion.
But through you, Madam Chair, does it not
All these data is
go to the motivation of what the data is being sought to do?
Okay.
We've been doing this dance for a while now with the same goal in mind.
Okay.
We're chasing it'd be nice if we knew what the parameters were.
Okay, I don't want you to waste your time. Keep going. It should get stopped when I talk. Okay.
Sorry.
Trustee McLean, do you want to finish, or this is to staff?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, I maybe I didn't, but I tried to ask two questions of staff.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Dr. Cameron to begin, and then staff will offer some other remarks.
Through the chair, can I ask a clarification about a policy review? Are we talking about numbers of people in programs? Or are we talking about the quality of the learning program with different intakes in them?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the data that certainly from my perspective that I'd be interested in reading, and which doesn't limit to that my colleagues would be interested, but I'd be interested in things like what the traditional job route rates were, or the failure of completion rates were, and what they were in the new programs. Did that increase? That would be relevant information personally for me. I would be interested in information as it pertains to, because we've changed the expectation of who begins classes in September and what expertise they had in advance. I'd be interested in, from the educators, whether they were able to teach the same course with the same learning objectives, and not necessarily, I'm not as interested in where everyone begins at the end of the year, but I would be interested at the end of the year, whether the same learning objectives through that particular course were the same. Like, if it had traditionally had 10 units, did they get through 10 units? Were all the students able to deal with, or did they have to adapt and only get through 8 units? Like, questions like that would be useful in my estimation to determine in a review whether the program was working as we had hoped it would be working. So questions like that are initially what I would personally be interested in.
Through the chair, I would suggest that we would spend at least a year following the program itself, understanding the implications of the program, potential pedagogic shifts, potential unit shifts, the changes both in two different directions. One being that a diversity of talent is infusing these programs. And so what happens in relation to those programs that expands the horizon of what the schools are trying to do, whether that's in science, art, maths, whatnot. So we need time for that to happen. To review something like that on the doorstep of it just starting would show up, would show nothing in terms of that, just that there would be different kinds of students coming in from different geographic locations in the city with different kinds of interests around broad areas of art, science, maths, so on and so forth. So if you're looking for that kind of work, Trustee McLean, we would want to give it enough oxygen so we'd understand that what would occur and how it occurs. In research terms, when you introduce any kind of new program into a school, typically researchers like to have anywhere from 2, 3, 4, even 5 years to shift ideas and thoughts and culture and things like that in a building. It doesn't happen right away. So for the things that you're describing, I would say that we would want to be talking, we would want at least a year to let this happen and see what happens and support it and see what's going on with the work. We have no idea what that might mean in terms of moving from a merit-based situation to an interest-based situation. We don't know lots of things there that is very interesting that we should probably wait and see to see if the policy is actually working, or indeed what's working and what isn't.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I may perhaps take some trustees back to when academic pathways first began in the Toronto District School Board in, I'm looking at Executive Superintendent Sparopoulos, 2014, 2015. At no time when we started academic pathways, the first in the province, under much criticism and scrutiny, as some of the trustees in this room may remember, did staff or the board consider that the results in the first year, or the first 2 years, or the first 3 years should in fact influence a decision about whether including more students in rigorous programming was the right thing to do? I understand and respect the request for additional data to monitor implementation, but staff is concerned that some of the very people who are critical of this policy implementation actually have the ability to shift some of the data in the first year without support and responsiveness of staff. And that data, in fact, will feed the narrative that our students don't deserve access. This is not to say that if staff see troubling trends, that we will not make adjustments and or bring it back to the board for consideration around next steps. So with more time, perhaps I could itemize what it is we could do under all of the clauses that have been requested within this amended motion, because we do respect your need to be accountable to communities and to understand how the implementation is progressing and what is changing in these programs. To do it for, I believe, 31 plus programs, to provide wait lists, a history of wait lists and demands for particular spots by local students, by students from the wait list, and monthly changes is an immense amount of data for which there is no sort of quick code to create and button to push in order to create that report. In fact, many of the requests require us to actually interact with principals of schools and staff to gather the data and then to analyze it and to present it back to you. So staff certainly is willing to provide the information that is available and can be done while we focus on ensuring students have positive experiences in our programs this fall. We respect your desire for information as we go through implementation. And then lastly, if I could just speak and ask for the trustees' indulgence through you, Chair. When it comes to doing studies of other areas and or competitions and so on, that is information that needs to be carefully put together by staff working with our research team, verified through new verification policies before we bring it here to you. and that is going to take us more time. So certainly willing to go away and think about what it is we can present to you and when in an accurate and judicious manner, but we are not able to fulfill all of the requests as currently stated.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to follow up with Dr. Cameron so that I completely understand the response that, and I, defer, we all have great respect for that. That data collection is, we do this really, really well. Other people in across the province, the country, other academia use our data for the basis of decisions they make. So I have a tremendous respect for the work that is done by the team. So I'm trying to understand the response. Like, you would need 2 to 3 years of experiential for the program to run, and then an additional year, you believe, for your staff to be able to do the work before you would be able to provide a meaningful report that would guide a data-driven decision. Is that fairish? Or if the mind is wrong, please share where.
Through the chair, the kinds of questions you're asking are complicated. So the degrees to which art programs shift in terms of the diversity of folks that indeed, if it appears as successful as it does appear in terms of the application and interest, in terms of what might happen with different intakes of folks coming through, what that means for an art program is uncertain. So you just mapped out like the gold standard. Usually TDSB doesn't provide that kind of time for that kind of research to really develop in terms of what's going on, because it's two ways. One way is the pedagogy itself. Pedagogy is the relationship of content and student and teacher together. That relationship is complex. That learning is complex. If you want to understand if this policy is working and how it's working and how it isn't and what are the complexity and the problems of the policy, you're going to need to give it a chance to come to fruition. So that would mean that certainly not fall for what you've asked about, Trustee McLean. And you would at the very earliest, you would want, and we would be, this is one of the things that we'd be watching anyways, is what's going on and how is it going on and how do we understand what's going on in these programs given the different admission criteria we're using. But certainly you'd want at least to give it a year for students to experience the school and so on and so forth. So I think that's kind of the broad strokes that I would say about the kind of evaluation you were asking.
Okay, thank you, Trustee McLean. Next up, we have Trustee Rajakulasingam. Please go ahead.
Thank you, the chair. Was Trustee Lee before me?
Trustee Lee wanted to speak on the original motion or the original recommendation that came out of committee. Right now, we're speaking on the amended motion.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I know I spoke at length at this at GPC, and even when we first brought forward this policy last year, but I just wanted to make a few points. I'm always in support of more information, and demographic data is incredibly important for any policy and report. But I also am hearing what staff are saying about we're in the early stages of this policy and of implementation. So it's incredibly important that we allow the work to happen and then course correct as it happens. One thing that I just wanted to share is also, before that, I also support Trustee Laskin's idea of perhaps providing the info that was recommended at GPC, allowing that to go forward, and then the next set of data at a time works with staff, because I think it is incredibly important. It helps us better understand if what we intended to do has reached its impact, which students are engaged or not in this process, and how we can do better. But again, it comes down to, I think, what is doable and what staff are able to commit to. I think that's important. I also just wanted to share that I think it's important that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and just to kind of drop on, sorry. There's a lot of information. I think it would be helpful if perhaps also the TDSB, if we considered a button on our website that goes to a Q&A section. I just feel like there's just so much misinformation, and we need to be able to share what we've done, the great work of this policy and what we're trying to achieve, and tell our story and not have someone else tell it, because this will yield equitable access to programming and inclusivity. But I'm just seeing incredible amounts of misinformation that may dilute this really important work. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Radjakulasingam. Next up, Trustee Arhart.
Oh, I'll withdraw from the list. Thank you.
Pardon me, were you wanting to speak on the original motion?
No, I can withdraw from the list. Staff made it very clear that this is challenging to implement, and I feel that that's something that trustees are listening to, and so I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Arhart. So we have come to the end of our speaker list on the amendment. And so I suppose we open the vote on the amendment.
Madam Chair, may I ask a vote to be recorded, also voted by serial item by items?
So Trustee Pay, Ms. Joseph Dowers has informed me that it's too late to vote ad seriatim, but we can do a recorded vote because it's already opened and some people have voted. Trustee Lolka, Trustee King, Trustee Nunziata.
So we're voting on amendment, right?
Yes, this is on the amendment.
Trustee being in favor?
Hastings in favor?
Patel is in favor. Trustee Sriskandarajah.
In favor?
Trustee Loka Rotman.
In favor. Dawson, not in favor.
Dawson, not in favor. Trustee Nunziata, how do you vote? I think you have to mark him as absent. No. And that has been defeated 9-11. So now we will go back to the original recommendation from the committee. We'll ask that that be put on the screen. And I believe Trustee Lee, you were first on the speakers list on the original.
All right. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And it pays to be fast to put your name down. I appreciate the motion that's moved by Trustee Pei, and I think some of these information are going to be very important for everyone to understand. And I understand that this report came out of GPC as a approved and carried motion. I just want to highlight one of the items that is actually in Section A, and it has to do with Section A4, so IV. It says we're looking for a report on cost projections for expanding the number of seats in specialized programs in said schools based on this demand. I just want to bring attention to the board that on April 26, 2023, we passed as consent a item from a motion moved by myself and Trustee Patel from the Finance and Budget and Enrollment Committee as item 6.2.9 called Providing Programs to Meet Student Needs. And within that motion, the second part of that motion, it says it asks the director to present a report to the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee by October of this year on funding required to provide student interest program training to staff members with the aim of satisfying at least 70% of student demand in secondary student interest programs by 24-25 school year and 90% of student demand by the 2025 and 26 school year, using application data for the 2023 to 2024 school year as a baseline, contingent on program viability, and with a preference that demand is satisfied in local schools where possible. So I just want to get an idea from staff on whether or not these two clauses are asking for a redundant report. And given that the motion that came out of Finance Committee already asked for a cost projection, and in fact, a full report on how to satisfy different levels of demand approaching 90% with a timeline, whether these whether this section A4 is still necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, the answer is no, Trustee Lee. Your previously approved board resolution will satisfy that ask.
Okay. Thank you, through Madam Chair. Given that our staff members have already expressed that, I think this item's already covered. And I do hear from our staff their concerns over how much time they are spending doing reports and how much time they're spending implementing our asks. And I say this under the understanding and the foundation that I think staff has been very supportive and are working towards improving our satisfactory, our ability to satisfy demand for student interest program, which I believe is the purpose of A4. I'd like to move an amendment to strike A4 from this motion, just so that one, I think we have one report going back to the Finance Committee on one thing, and two, we leave staff with as much time as possible to actually move towards increasing our ability to satisfy demand.
Okay, so Trustee Lee, do you have a seconder, or is there someone who would be willing to second Trustee Lee's amendment, which is to strike, if I understand you correctly, under section A, item number 4?
That's correct, and I'm looking for a seconder. I don't yet have
see
one.
Trustee Patel hand raised. So we have a seconder. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, there's no questions on this item. So we'll open, do you want us to do this on eScribe, Ms. Joseph Dowers? We're going to do this by hand, or if you are online, if you want to say how you vote.
It's ready.
Oh, it's ready in eScribe. Good news.
Chair, this is the vote on the amendment, correct? To strike?
So we're voting on part A4, that be struck. So you can see there's a line through that item, so it will be deleted if it passes.
Okay, thank you.
Just the amendment, not the whole thing, just the amendment, correct? Just that part A4 be deleted. That's what's on the floor at the moment. And the
Thank
vote
you.
is okay, Trustee Hastings, Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Pei, Trustee Shiskandarajah.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Trustee Williams, thank you, Trustee Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Just on the,
How do you vote? And Trustee Lilka Rotman in favor.
just for the record, Lisi in favor.
Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? Okay, it's a thumbs up. And that has carried. Okay, so now back to the original recommendation from the committee as amended. We'll just get that up on the screen. And I believe Trustee Lee, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will yield my time with appreciations to Trustee Pei for his very, very strong advocacy towards the success of student interest programs, and also his activeness and patience in really understanding what the community needs and pushing forth that relentlessly. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Okay, so next up we have Trustee McLean. And I just, because we are now on the, I know you've already spoken, but this is a new thing. So please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I just have a simple question for staff, whether they believe that they can complete the work in A5 in the time frame it's being asked for.
Thank you, and through the chair, I would recommend that have an extension to the spring, if possible.
Trustee McLean, do you wish to do anything with that information?
Yeah, because I can't, in a perfect world, thank you, through the chair, in a perfect world, I'd let everyone before, but I can't rise again. So I would like to move an amendment that section 1A5 have a spring of 2024 timeline associated with the completion of that work.
Okay, so we will get some wording ready for that. Just let me ask Ms. Joseph Dowers, do you need a moment to do that? Okay, Miss, we're just going to pause 1 minute. Trustee Pei, I see your hand is up. We've got that on the list.
I can speak up. Then you make sure
Talking to nobody.
then you speak about
I get the same reference.
then that's a unbelievable.
And she's still here. Her meeting notwithstanding.
Getting. Ask questions. I was. Threatening to accept. How many hours? Oh.
Talking to me? I thought you were talking to him.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, everybody, we're just getting it up on the screen. Do you want me to point out that Dan? More? Yeah. No, not yet. Does she know about the? Thank you. Looks so fun. Looks like. Oh, it'll happen. Yeah, that's why we're getting it on. Okay, we are ready. It is on the screen. Are we able to make this a little bit bigger? Is it just me? I feel like I'm only 50, but I feel like I'm 70 or something. I don't know.
That's it.
It's very hard to see. That's as big? Okay, I guess I have it on a screen here, but can everybody read it?
Sorry, can you be a bit more clear? What is part AV? I can't see because now that it's covered.
Okay, so just to clarify for everybody looking at home or on the screen, we've added removal of, there was a slightly confusing piece that got left in by accident, we think last week or the last time. So Trustee McLean has moved that we strike from it the clause that's just under A before point 1 that reads that the director present a report to the Planning Priorities Committee by October 1st, 2023 with the following information. And the reason for that is because above it, it says the report, that it should be referred to staff as part of the report back in the fall of 2023. So that's the first piece. The second piece in this amendment is B, that part A5 be referred to the spring of 2024. So this is on the amendment. We need a seconder for this, I believe. You can, but we have to put it on the floor first. Trustee Arts is seconding it. Okay, so Trustee McLean, as the mover, do you want to speak to this?
Just to the, sorry, I'll just be, asking staff to do something in a time frame that they clearly indicate they can't do doesn't seem appropriate to me. They indicated spring was the time in which they could complete the work. So I accept them at their word and believe that this is a better date. Thank you.
Okay, so the speakers list will move to Trustee Pay. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, through you, I want to ask the amendment director regarding the fraudulent research on the meritocracy. How long that been done, the research?
Trustee Pay, I would just remind you, right now you're speaking to the amendment.
Yes, because that's relevant. Because I heard the staff telling me that they cannot do the research in time. I want to know the relevant research, how long has that been done, by the way, regarding the meritocracy. That's comparison, right? The thing is, I just want to learn how we do conduct our research, by the way. How do we conduct our report? What's the time frame? I'm a research person. I did 10 years with research at the U of T dental school. I know how the research being conducted. You need is first you make a hypothesis. Then you design your experiments. Then you collect your data. Then you set up your model. When you collect the data, then you try to, you come on some results. Then finally you make your conclusion. I think we're doing the backwards here. This research supposed to be done before the policy even be discussed. What kind of research have done on lottery, by the way? When I ask the staff,
Question of personal privilege. This is not on the amendment.
Actually, trustee asking, I'm talking about the amendment. I'm talking about like collecting the data to do the comparison, right? From other jurisdictions, that's the type of research we're doing, right? That's kind of research data I'm asking, okay?
It's a referral.
Yeah. This is about research. I'm asking, why is this research now being done before the policy even discussed?
It's different research.
So
Now we're talking about like, we
everybody
cannot
to-
even do the research. We don't have time. Why is the delay, by the way? I want to ask through you, Madam Chair, I want a director, why is this research regarding lottery system is not being done?
So to the director, I wonder if you might be able to explain the timeline that staff feel would be appropriate for this item.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, there are two questions I would like to respond to. First, with regards to the specific request in Part 5 that is being discussed and is on the floor in an amendment, it would require staff to study each jurisdiction, the number of students, the number of schools offering these programs, the specificity of their policy, the rationale for the change, the types of programs offered in schools, the history of those programs, the course makeup in those programs. This would be the basis of a complete analysis from staff's perspective that would allow a comparison from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, including to the Toronto District School Board. It is for this reason, I believe, that staff are asking for a longer time period for that to be completed and reviewed satisfactorily internally before releasing it to the Board of Trustees. Secondly, with regards to why this analysis was not undertaken prior to the introduction of the Central Student Interest Policy. This review was not undertaken because it came from our internal data as well as feedback that was received through the numerous sources that have been cited previously in the board, such as the Enhancing Equity Task Force and the responses that we received from community advisory committees and other groups that were consulted. And so an analysis of a random selection process was not undertaken and was not provided to the board as part of the original policy review that was put before GPC for consideration and ultimate approval by the board. I want us to be able to separate that this data did not inform staff, either the research review that was done or a multi-jurisdictional analysis was not part of the review that staff did, nor was it information that was used to influence the board's decision.
Through you, Madam Chair, I want as a director, what kind of data really show that lottery system have a positive effect or impact on academic excellence? Because there are the excellent programs. We need to protect and improve the excellence, not destroy it. As I recall, from CBC interview with the director, the Madam Director, she said, TDSB strive for equity and academic excellence. I want to address that part of academic excellence. So through your chair, I want to ask the Madam Director again, once more, what type of research we have done on the impact of lottery system on the academic excellence?
So Trustee Pei, I think this question, it's an important question. I would encourage you to ask this when it was on the main motion as opposed to on the amendment, about.
think this, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I think this question very related to the motion because we try to understand what other jurisdictions have done with a certain program, such as the lottery we're doing, right? That's a part of research. I'm asking, right? It's a part of motion.
So right now, I would just refer you to what's on the screen, which is an amendment to move the report. It's so little, it's hard for me to see it. A report on the various programs that have been around to the spring. So it's about timing. So I would just remind you that's the substance of this amendment that your questions should relate to.
Yeah.
If you want to ask the other question, it would be when we're talking about the whole motion, it might apply more. Otherwise, I would encourage you to reframe your question so it's tied to the amendment while you have the floor.
Okay, so I will reframe my question. So we're talking about, the comparison between different jurisdictions. I think the staff is mentioning there's some other program, a course, that kind of stuff, all the stuff I think is really should be the research been done a long time ago. And it shouldn't take that much to be done because they're already, at least we can collect the data. Which jurisdiction who has done the lottery system, what the effect on the equity, what the effect on the academic data, academic excellence. At least that part of information we can have. Because there's not so many jurisdictions, as we know, they have done the lottery system. Also, we do know that there's one jurisdiction in San Francisco. They have done the lottery system for the one that the top high school, Laval High School. We know that system failed within 1 year. The student fail rate from 7.9 to 24.4%, jumps 3 times. I just don't think we can make the same mistake. There's not so many jurisdictions really have done the lottery system. Let's do that. Let's provide data. It's not that hard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Pei. We have a growing speaker list. I have Vice Chair Shan next. And I would just, before you start, the list goes Trustee Shan, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Earhart.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is a bit strange for me because every time I've participated in this board, when something gets referred back to staff, we don't play around with the content inside it. It is a motion that's entirely, the Special Education Committee asked for a whole bunch of data. We didn't go one by one and give dates. We referred the entire thing to the staff to look at what it is. And that's what I thought we were doing. So I know the first line is confusing, but it shouldn't have to be taken because basically what we are saying is this was the original motion that came and this is why it got referred. It gets a bit confusing for people because we are arguing within that, adding timeline into those data points and so on. I think the fact that it was referred to staff and now we have one of the subclauses with a different timeline. And I have to say, we are reacting to something that's put on the table in a very short period. We don't even know if this is the data we need to collect. Are we collecting data to set up a program? Are we collecting data to see if that program is working? Are we collecting data to show it shouldn't be working? Because I'm a math teacher. I used to be a math and science teacher. I'll tell you, data is political. I might be asking for a different set of data to show that this program is working. Some other trustee might be asking for a different set of data to actually prove that's not working because some things work, some things don't work. And the data we collect is going to determine what we think about this program. So just because data is being asked doesn't mean people can come on and say, all data is good. We have to have data, but I think we have to have some thinking around what is the data we need in the first year when this program is being implemented. Do we want the staff to do jurisdictional studies around the lottery program after we have implemented the program? We might. But do we want the staff to do well-being related or academic performance. I strongly support equity and academic performance live together. There's no questions about it. And in fact, I would argue that the part that was called meritocracy is questionable because merit gets defined subjectively by different people as to what they see as merit. So I wouldn't call the previous system as based on merit. Doesn't mean the students who are getting in there don't have merit. And it's about who defined merit, who screened merit. So I would say, let this go to the staff as we decided. Let them figure out what is the best data that we could collect. And I would say, I'm sure the staff are looking at it. And I have full confidence if something is not working, our superintendents would know, our teachers would know, our trustees would know. If it's not happening the way it is, and we need to course correct earlier than we want to, and we need to, we will do it. But let's give the time for the data that needs to be collected to be determined by the purpose of what we need to do in that year. Not just come up with motions and where we are actually putting different timelines. And this is going to be the story every month in our board meeting next year, if we just put these different timelines and throw different dates on it. So let's be very conscious about what we are doing here. I understand the concern the community has. Change is difficult. And I think, but let's hear from staff in the fall, how the program is going, what are some data that they're collecting to look at well-being, retention, all of those things. There are other pieces that we need to do to make this program successful. We have committed to making this program. We didn't commit to doing something and starting to evaluate it right from the starting from a doubtful position. We made a conscious decision. Let's do what we need to do. There might be data points that we are missing because we are not seeing it from that angle. We are seeing it from a very suspicious angle when we look at some of these data. And I feel very uneasy about it. That's why I keep coming back to this. So let's give that time to the people who have expertise on this to come up with a set of data. I do want data. Don't get me wrong. I do want to see that this is either working or not working, because if it's not working, it is the racialized young people who are going to be impacted. So it's not that I'm not concerned about it. I am very concerned because we put these young people into these programs, and if it's not helping them, if it's hurting them, we don't want this to continue. So I want that data. But I do want to not have it as a form of some sort of a layer of suspicion, layer of cloud, layer of, it is not going to do any good for anybody. So let's be careful about these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. Next up, we have Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I couldn't have said it better than Trustee Shen, so I will waive my right to speak at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Earhart, you are next.
Oh, I had not meant to comment on the amendment, so I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
We are working our way through. Trustee Laskin.
Chair, on the amendment, I think I just need clarification of expectation. If dates are in and there's 1 to 5, and it's just referred to staff for report in the fall, is the expectation that the report in the fall includes everything in 1, 2, 3, and 4? Because I think that's the clarity that we're seeking. Because some people, I believe, will interpret if dates are in and it's overarching with the things below it, that the expectation is that report in the fall must include all these things because the board passed it. So that's why I will support the removal of A, the October 1st, striking that October 1st date, because it's meaningless to me, because the report we're asking for is the fall. But I am concerned that if there isn't the B part of the amendment, people will assume those data requests have to come in the fall report. So I interpret it a little bit differently than Vice Chair Shen does. So I'm wondering what's the right interpretation of it, because I don't want to do something tonight that raises expectations in the community that will remain unfulfilled, and it will just be more angry voices at us. So that's why I'm leaning towards supporting both of these, because I think that gives the most clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Do we have anybody else to speak on the amendment? On an amendment, you can't speak twice. It's only on a motion. Sorry. So we will open the vote now on the amendment.
Please in favor.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can you clarify what we vote on? I cannot see on the screen, by the way.
So we're voting on, there was a bit of a, I will read it, okay. So we're voting A, that the director present a report to the Planning and Priorities Committee by October 1st, 2023 with the following information, that be deleted. And that's because above it, in the motion, it asks for a report back in the fall of 2023. So it was just a little bit confusing. So that's just some housekeeping business. Then there's part B, which reads that part A5 be referred to the spring of 2024. So it's moving the timeline expectation of that scan of programs internationally, that be moved to the spring from the fall. I hope that clarifies.
You, Madam Chair, now in favor.
Could whoever was speaking a moment ago, if you could just repeat that. Who was it?
It was Pay.
It was Trustee Pay, not in favor.
Okay, Trustee Pay is not in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Thank you. Who are we missing? Okay, Trustee Rajwani, I think she stepped out. Trustee McLean.
In favor. That's
In
always not-
favor. Trustee Hastings is against. And who else are we missing? Lilka Rotman. Not in favor. And that has carried. Okay, so now we're going back to the main motion, which is as amended from the committee recommendation. And we'll get that up on the screen.
No.
Okay. I have on the speakers list for the main motion, Trustee Lee and Trustee McLean. I think Trustee Lee spoke to them.
Trustees already spoke.
Yeah, he's, okay, Trustee Lee's already spoken. And you've spoken too. Okay, all right. Are there any further speakers on this motion? I'm not seeing any, so we will open the vote.
Favor.
I'm sorry. The main motion is amended. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this? McLean and Nunziata. Okay, and we can open the vote. Thank you. The vote is now open, everybody.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Please in favor.
Patel is in favor. Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? And Patel is in favor. Sorry, can you show me again? I missed it. I have to be quick. I looked the other way. He's still thinking. Okay, we'll come back to you. Loka Rotman, Trustee Loka Rotman, she's in favor. Trustee Pay, how do you vote? Okay.
Madam Chair, not in favor. Okay, Madam Chair, I'm in favor.
That's good.
Not in favor, in favor.
He is in favor.
Just, okay, it was a not. Trustee Hastings.
Yes, I'm in favor.
Oh, okay. Trustee Pay is in favor. Trustee Hastings is not in favor. Okay, and have we got everybody? And that has carried 16-5. So moving on. We have, I believe, 3 more items. We have, first, we're moving to item number 15.4. This is the Finance Budget and Enrollment Special Meeting, report number 10 from June 12th, 2023.
I move receipt.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that? Trustee Nunziata. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this? We're on item number 15.4. This is Monday night's meeting. Delegations. Oh, this is delegations.
It's just receipt.
It's just for receipt. Okay. I'm not seeing anybody asking to speak on this, so we could open the vote. This is for receipt.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
We'll just do a show of hands. So if you're online, if you could just say, if you're in favor, say aye.
Earhart in favor.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, not seeing any. That has carried. And we're moving on to the second last item. This is item number 15.5. Finance Budget Enrollment Special Meeting Report number 11, June 13th, 2023. It was last night.
I'd like to move the full report.
Okay, can I have a seconder for that? Trustee or Vice Chair Shen seconds. I can't see what I'm being. I don't know what Patel. I don't know what Trustee Patel is pointing. I'm sorry, I didn't see. You know what? There's a computer screen. It has to go higher. I'm short. Okay, if you didn't, we can put Trustee Williams as seconding. Sorry. Thank you, Patel. Thank you, Trustee Patel. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, we're not seeing anything, so we can, how do you want us to vote? Is this on eScribe or is this, this is again, show of hands, trustees? And if you're online, if you could just let us know how you're voting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, trustees. Any opposed? Okay, that has carried. This brings us to our final item, which is adjournment. Trustee Lelka Rotman and Trustee Patel. Oh, but you don't go too far, because we have a private session. So that all in favor for adjournment of the what? Well, we're adjourning. I thought I have to adjourn. Okay. Can I have a motion to move into private? Trustee Rajwani, Trustee DeVitis, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Not hearing any. We're going to now move into private, and I will pass the chair over to Vice Chair Shan. Sorry.